Welcome back. We shall continue exactly where we left off. Oh no, I hurt myself. Such an easy miss to make, always turning off that extra sound. But yes, we continue exactly where we left off. And we left off at level 66. Let's turn that upside down and reach level 99. And if you have missed the riveting way leading up to this, we are getting levels just by healing ourselves over and over in this game. The main character heals over and over, and the other characters hit each other over and over. It might sound odd, but it is surprisingly common in strategy games. This is a surprisingly common strategy for getting levels in a lot of strategy games. And I always find it silly. We more or less doubled our level in the last stream, and in this one we shall reach 99 for the main character, and we'll see about the rest of the party. I'm thinking we might be happy enough with maybe 50 for the other ones. We'll see. We'll see. I forgot. I shall also keep turning my back to my friends though, so that they can hit me in the back for a higher success rate of attacking. But this time it worked out either way. And whenever we have regained enough health, we also heal with this character. That's her way of getting levels, healing the entire party. Oh. She don't get them all the way to full. But she got half a level just by doing that one spell. That is some easy earned experience, casting one spell, getting half a level. she needs about 4 turns to regenerate that amount. Meaning he needs 8 turns to get a level. I forgot once again. It's the easiest detail to miss during this. The fact that I have to turn my back to the friends. Like so. And thanks to that, we hit and gain a third of a level. That's another third level. That's nothing. Upward level, upward off a level, but and now he has enough to heal again. And so it goes, round and round, for a few more hours. I think the last stream was 4 hours, so we'll see. We'll see if we go that long again, or if we speed it up. Gnosis. With all these long streams, we actually the pictures loop quite often after all. I thought we had a good amount of pictures, but with all these long streams we see more or less all of them every time. forgot to turn around again. But no worries, we just do it next turn. It's no big deal. Hello again. Whispering in the chat. We are still stuck doing the same thing as last time you saw us. I'm still standing around hitting myself over and over. Thanks. I can use a cookie. How nice of you to bring the cookies. Cookie monster. Nom 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 nom. I will classify myself as a cookie monster as well. Whenever I have cookies, I eat them like chips. That is a good question. Which is my favorite? And what will we call them in English? What will we call them? Yeah, we can sit around and describe cookies. That sounds like a good idea. Let's describe some cookies. And not at all get tempted to bake them. But yes, there is a butter cookie that I really like. That one is great and mostly butter. And then there is I have no idea what to call them. They are some kind of yam cookies. They are called Strawberry Cave in Swedish. It's a cookie where you make a indent in the middle and put some yam, and usually I use the strawberry. No, not the strawberry, the raspberry. It's the raspberry. I really like those as well, and they are very easy to bake. So that's a favorite. The Raspberry Cave. That is the name if you want to see pictures. If you search the Hallongrottor. Snickerdoodles, that sounds great. That does indeed sound great. But as you might have noticed in DJ's chat, mostly I do my rhubarb pie. I all year long, all year around, I mostly bake pies more than cookies. Rhubarb pie during summer, a blueberry pie during autumn, apple pies during winter. I am all about the pies. Cookies have to be a second place, I guess. Ah, nice. I don't think I have ever heard that word. That's good to know. Indeed, rhubarb pie is the greatest. I try to bake as many as I can before the season ends. But yes, I like that name, the thumbprint cookies. Since you can use your thumb to make the hole for the jam. That's how you do it. You put a finger in the middle to make way for some jam. But those are a favorite for sure. They are the perfect balance between good cookies and easy to make. And they mostly use common ingredients that you always have at home. You don't need any eggs, you don't need any milk, you only need sugar. Yeah, only the common ingredients. It's a great one. Let me also... Ah, I see. Vanilla extract at home. You never know when that comes in handy. But yes, if you also search the kärleksmums, that's another favorite. It's borderline. I wouldn't really call it a cookie. It's something in between. Yeah, it's a bit more ambitious than just cookies. I guess you would call them... Yeah. Some people also call them mocka rutor, which of course means... Yeah, exactly. It's that's a good description. A cakey brownie. It is more or less like baking a cake with a lot of chocolate, and then there is also a very nice chocolate glazing on top, and then you put the kokos. What even is kokos in English? I can't even think about what the topping is called in English, but yes, you can see for yourself. You see what it looks like. Those are also great. That's my favorite. But as I said, it's a bit above just cookies. I'm not sure if I would classify it as a cookie. But it is a very nice thing to bake because you can cut them in any size, so you can make them very small or very big, depending on your preferences. That's one. That one's great. And of course, another classic is just chocolate balls. I'm not sure what to call it in English. It's not... I have to search it up, look it up. I guess you just call it coconut, shredded coconut in English. It seems like it at least. But it comes pre-shredded. You buy it pre-shredded and just use it as topping. But that is great for topping at those cookies and also for chocolate balls. That works great for the topping. I must admit it is quite distracting thinking about cookies and pastries while trying to level up. No worries, I don't mind. We can need some distractions while doing this. We are going to do it for many hours. So any distraction is a good distraction right now. And as for the chocolate balls, look behind me, it's a cookie monster. As for the chocolate balls, you use mixed oat. You mix oat, so you mix oat very finely mixed oat together with some butter and sugar. I think that's all you need, and of course chocolate, so they actually turn into chocolate balls. That's a very common thing and a very simple thing to bake. And then you roll them in the coconut or in bigger chunks of sugar. We call it pearl sugar. I'm not sure if it has a specific name in English, but it's the bigger chunks of sugar. Those also. I would call it a classic one. That's something you always do with kids, since it's so easy to make. You can also add coffee to those, but for me it's enough with the chocolate. The cacao. Oh, I just remembered another favorite that I do quite often. It's what do we call those? So many difficult words. Yeah, did I just can't think of a word for the English word, but in Swedish it's kolasnittar. I just can't think of any English word for those either. But I'm sure you have eaten them. They should be a pretty common thing. You do them with syrup. The main ingredient is syrup and a lot of common stuff. Just they shouldn't be as good as they are, but they are really, really good. Another very simple recipe. Yeah, that's the word. Some kind of toffee. Or toffee. I really like those as well. They are super easy to make and yeah, they are so good. And whenever you do them, you always get so many. Now you know if you ever need to bake those in Swedish. Now you know the name. It's kolasnittar. And the word for that brownie cakey thing, the word for that literally means love noms. Love noms. It's the kärleksmums. It's the nom 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 of love. That's a great name for a pastry. You bake it with love. Ah, nice. We have a we have a few. It's a tradition at my mother's place to bake as well every Christmas. We do the obvious gingerbread, and then in Sweden it's a really big thing to do saffron buns. It's the same, more or less the same as normal cinnamon buns, but you do saffron instead, so they turn out yellow, nice and yellow buns. And most people also add raisins to them. It's some people hate the raisins, some people love the raisins, and I am team love the raisins. It is an odd but very good combination with raisins and cinnamon. No, I mean saffron. Saffron. So that's at least a Swedish classic tradition to bake those. And for Christmas we also do something called chess tiles. You do half the cookie in chocolate and half of the cookie is just not chocolate. So if you put a lot of cookies together, then it will look like a chessboard. It's not my favorite cookie, but it is nice enough. We only do it once a year, so you never grow tired of it, at least. Chess tiles. Luckily, you don't have to make the pieces for it. You only do the tiles. That was quite a while ago. But yes, there is just as many types of gingerbread as there are families in this country. Everyone has their special way of doing the recipe. Everyone does it differently. And then there is also the store-bought versions that are completely different as well. And out of all the versions I have tried, the one we do is by far my favorite. There is there is just so many ways and variations of that one. Yeah, I would also say that the store-bought garbage. None of them are even close to the homemade version. They are completely different. We use my let's see, I think it's my grandma's recipe we use. It's the best one. The grandma. And the same is true for a lot of the cookies. You should bake them. You should just bake all of them yourself. It's always better. It never it never fails. Whoop, we have passed level 70. Only only 28 more levels to go. Oh, I healed the... I misclicked. I healed the wrong persons. Why, hello there. That's funny. Hello, Grottor. Hello, Grottor. Hello, Grottor. Something like that. Welcome to the cookie chat. We're still going, or maybe we are going again. Level 71. 71 for the main character. 47 for the lowest level. So the party will soon reach level 50. Yeah, that's the statuses we have. Now we all know about the Hallongrottor. But I did like the English name as well. They are both good names for that one. Raspberry Cave or thumbprint cookie. Yeah, probably. You have to know your way around the bakery or pastry shop. And of course, the gingerbread is pepparkakor, which means pepper cookie. Since you use some spices in the gingerbread, that's why it's called pepper cookie, pepparkakor. One cookie, one kaka, many kakor. That's how you do it. Not huge on the chocolate. It's always rare to find someone who doesn't like chocolate and someone who doesn't like cheese. It's always a surprise. Dun, 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 dun. And I can only do limited amounts of the white chocolate. That's my... the dream of the pizza. The dream of the pizza with the perfect amount of cheese. The Massarin is also a favorite. It's one of the few things that the stores actually get right. We have a good brand of the Massarin. I have never even tried to make my own because the one you can buy is more than good enough. So that's one of the few exceptions where the store is not garbage. The store bought one. Yeah, a miniature tart, I guess. Miniature tart. But yes, I guess you could scale it up to any size. Almond is indeed one of the big ingredients, and then the important part is also that glazing on top. It's just standard glazing with sugar and vanilla, I guess, something like that. Very standard glazing, but it is a good glazing. Very, very hard glazing. It's a thick layer. Yeah, it has to be fresh. But somehow the store-bought version is actually good in that specific case and with the brands we have here. So that's a thing I have never tried to make myself because there is no reason to do it. Everything else I bake myself. Indeed, some things, those chocolate balls you have to keep cold. they, it would be a bad idea to store them anywhere else but the fridge. You have to eat them in one gulp, or else they will get chocolate everywhere. And hello, Quarky. Welcome to the cookie stream. Today everyone is talking about cookies, apparently. Cookies for everyone. You can, if you want to, you can spell the Swedish name and we can Google some pictures. That's fine as well. I see, I see. I have another one as well, which is very hard to explain because it involves. It is a butter cookie and it is a bit like the mazarin, but it also involves two different kinds of Swedish candy, so that's one a bit hard to explain. Indeed, it can mean a few things. Yes, I would suspect that the original word just means some kind of tiny place then. A tiny place for the birds, a tiny place for the toilet, a tiny place as in the pipe. Something along those lines, I guess. But my favorite version of toilet is the secret house in Swedish. Let me just visit the secret house. That's a fun version. Anyways, yes, indeed. Anyways, today, as you might notice, today we are getting some more levels. This game, exactly. Anyways, cookies. This game got out of hands, and we're trying to counter the difficult enemies with some level grinding again. We have reached level 72 for the main characters, and we're going to go all the way to 99. Can you play as an actual bear? Or do you only feel as a bear? Nice. That's a plus point for the game, being able to play as a bear. And I'm also glad to hear that you did enjoy it once you finally tried it. I see, you shapeshift into the bear. Yeah, if I ever feel like playing it, I will probably borrow a copy from my sister. She has it for PlayStation 5, so I could borrow that version if I want to play in the future. That way I don't have to spend the 599 kronor. Nice. But these days I think you have to pay PlayStation just to play online for some stupid reason. It is unlikely that that will happen, but I still thank you for the offer for some crossplay. Yeah, that would be nice, but like I said, it will probably not happen anytime soon. Once I run out of all the other games, then. Then and only then. Oh, that's right, I forgot to mention it. I should mention it at the beginning of the stream, but a friend wrote me today and said that there is another fan-translated PlayStation 1 game just released. So, at the moment they are translating the games faster than I can play them. I haven't taken a closer look to see if it's a good translation. There was a bit of a the last game that was translated, Langrisser, I think it was Langrisser 5, that one was translated by AI, so I'm not sure how good that translation will be. We will probably give it a try just to see if it works. But I do prefer if a human translates my games. Ooh, nice. I shall... Then we are back to the double lurking. I shall lurk in your chat as well. Or in your stream. We'll see. We'll see if you manage to finish today. I have no idea how close or not you are. All I know is that there is a big optional boss somewhere that instantly died. I didn't even have to defeat it myself. It defeated itself somehow. Let's see. Things are going a bit slowly. We started at 66 and we have only gotten to 72. I have to pick up the pace. Quicker. Hit the buttons quicker. $49, $51. So we are very close to the minimum goal of having a level 50 party at least. And we are close to that milestone. And we shall do a quick save. 73. We have to be careful not to kill our commander. He should barely survive. We will have to double heal him. Oh, I didn't notice, but we have reached level 50 for everyone. Level 50, level 50 plus, level 50 plus, level 50 plus. So the entire party is level 50 plus. Ah, I see. Yeah, I can believe that. But I'm not sure. I will probably be happy with level 50 for the party and start focusing on just the main character from now on. If we focus on only the main character, he gains levels very quickly, so let's do that for a while. We timed it earlier and we can gain a level in just 2.5 minutes, something like that. We can do it very quickly. Yes, it's super nice. It's pretty rare that you can level up this quickly. The only thing we do is heal ourselves over and over. Every time we heal we get 16 experience. And when we do that 7 times we get a full level. So this is the quickest way to heal, to level up. It's a bit silly to level up this way, but it is the quickest way. At least the quickest way I can figure out. And this is such a great fight to level up in. We have already defeated all the enemies except one enemy, this enemy, and for some reason this enemy is scared of us and doesn't move from the spot. This enemy just keeps standing still up in this corner and skipping his turns. He is too scared of us. So this really is the best fight. And now we get one level. There's the level. Ding! And I will mention the next time we get level, and you will see that it will be pretty soon. My estimate is 2.5 minutes. I just thought about something funny. We have to check how many turns we have taken. There is a menu where we can check how many turns we have taken. That will be interesting to see. And that's the next level ding. We already got another level. That is how quickly we can get one level. 76. So if we just focus on the main character, it goes very fast. And we have taken 255 turns. I'm gonna do one more turn and see if it gets past that number. No, we have reached the maximum. We can't go past 255. That's the maximum amount. So we reached the maximum turns we can reach. We maxed out the counter. Ding! $77. Lucky 7. Believe it or not, I actually do watch that one. I more or less don't watch any TV, but I do watch the House of the Dragon. I have watched the first 2 seasons, and I watched the first episode of season 3. Yeah, I have only watched the first episode of season 3 when I visited my sister. So I don't know anything. And I haven't seen Knights of the Seven either, so I do have a few things I could watch. But I did watch the main series, and I did watch season 1 and 2 of the Dragons. It wouldn't be the end of the world with spoilers, but I shall still thank you. For someone who likes castles and the medieval settings, it's pretty hard to avoid that series. And of course, glad to hear that it is a good season. You never know. It's not a guarantee after all. Yeah, I also preferred the first season. I really liked that the old king character. He was such a great character. That was the highlight for me. The old... Yeah, I didn't read any of the books either, so I can't compare them. All I know is that I like the king. Exactly. He never got to do much. He was mostly dying for for most of the series. But he still managed to be such a good character, even though he barely did anything. Very little action for him. but still the best character. Ah, I see. The biggest named dragon. The Black Dread. What a typical dragon name. The Black Dread. That's something you could find in Dark Souls for sure. A dragon called the Black Dread. No one would be surprised. And in Elden Ring we do have the biggest and oldest dragon. That one is called Bale. So close enough. I see. But think about the dragons we don't know about. And the unnamed dragons. Yeah, I do like that as well, that the dragons are have very different sizes. That's a good thing. It's a big difference between dragons and dragons, and that's something I like. They are not at all the same, just because they are a dragon. That is true. It might be the best strategy for a dragon breeding or dragon feeding. And they do grow up very quickly, it appears. It's a bit surprising how fast they grow up. From egg to giant dragon in just a few years. It's not easy trying to remember all the names in those mysterious. It's a mess. We have looked at this dead corpse of a deer or something in the game for many hours, but I am still impressed with the pixel work, whoever pixeled that one. And this one right here, I think it looks great. It has been dead for hours and hours. It has been laying around for so long. Not to mention that this purple miasma cannot be good for the meat either. We somehow the demons got unleashed in the world, so all the trees are dead and a lot of the humans are dead, the animals are dead. Things went downhill in the story. So from now on we will have to fight a lot of demons instead of humans. And any mix we fight seems to be out of control as well. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Another level for her. 29, 20 to go. Oh, let's take a look. We have gained at least 20 attack power since we began. Oop, level 80. Good time to stretch, maybe. Some level 80 stretching. We don't know what the max level is, but we are very convinced that it is 99. So I'm going to try for level 99. Mhm. 99 for the main characters and then less for the rest of the party. Sadly not. This is why we are leveling, because the enemies are so difficult in this game, so we won't even be one-shotting them, even at max level. I don't suspect that, at least. We will see later, but I don't think we will get super overpowered. But I am very, very curious to see how we will do. We already tried the story fight twice and we failed both times for different reasons. But if I get the channel points, then I also have to get the all of the the ads and things like that. Yeah, we'll see. I might do it. I might do it later. It would be fun to add some custom emotes and things like that. Some fun RPG emotes. That's something I would like to have. I know that people like that. Brb. Time to level up. And the most crazy part about this is that I know at least one more person in the world who is planning to play this game. I may be the first one to document the full game on the internet, but I know one more person who is planning to do it. It will be very fun to see how he does it when he gets to this part of the game. It will be very fun to compare. We also reached level 60 for the commander. Ding. Mm-hmm. Boom. Here comes 85. I would say we are getting close to the final stretch. 14 more levels. I think when we started this morning in the first stream today, I think we started at around level 30. So we have gotten 55 levels today. We should be less than an hour away. This should be the final level of grinding. And then we will do at least one story battle just to get a feeling for how big the difference is. I won't end this stream until we have gotten revenge on that one battle. That's yeah. The stream won't end until we beat that one fight. And I shall do a quick save, it has been a while. So far this emulator has been very stable and good. It was the correct choice to switch emulator. We used a different one when I played Xenogears and another game. But I haven't had any trouble so far with this one. Wow. My hands are starting to feel like we have been playing this game all day long and doing the same thing over and over. I wonder why that is. Very, very odd. We have only done the exact same inputs a few hundred times. Ah, I forgot. Sometimes I miss that final input we need to make. Oops. Look at that, level 88. What a pretty number. But 99 will be even more pretty. We will be passing 300 HP. It seems to be consistent that we get 3 HP every single level. That seems consistent. The other stats are a bit more hard to predict, but the HP is consistent. '89. We are at the final 10 levels. 10 more. We can almost start the countdown. Imagine if we get to level 99 and it turns out that it goes past 99. And then all of our dreams and hopes will be crushed. And level 90, now we enter the single digits. 9 more to go. And we're back to the Vision of Mana picture. As I said, we're doing two long streams. We get to see all the pictures. All the pictures loop around. Do, 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 do. Suddenly, Final Fantasy X. That song really insists upon you. Unlike this song is the opposite farming song. This song is so much in the background. We have heard this song, what is it, maybe has it been 7 or 8 hours today? And I'm not really tired of it. It's not a good song, it's not a bad song, it's just there in the background. Just going on in the background. A much better song than the other one we had before, the last time we grinded for levels. Oh, nice. I didn't notice we got level 91, and with it we have 300 HP. That's nice. Ayla, with you. Good old Ayla in the pictures. From Ayla to Torneko. I guess it's fitting. It's the same person who drew who drew them after all. That's the one thing they have in common. I did not mean to cast that completely random Jailer in the middle of everything. That's the first time we happened to do that. That was so random. The sound of level 92. No, I didn't want to wait. I wanted to attack. Dun, 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 dun. Ding. I mean, I mean ding. That's what I said. Only 6 more levels. We are getting close now. We can almost taste the tasteful taste of level 99. This should be done within 20 minutes or so. Hello, Goliath. Or Goliath. If only. I wish this was Final Fantasy Tactics. I wish it was. This is the budget version. If you couldn't afford good stuff, then you had to get this game instead. But I have been here for a very long time. This is the second stream. I did 2 streams today, and this is the second one. And in both of the streams, the only thing we have been doing is leveling up over and over in this same encounter. This is the only encounter we have seen all day long. So it has been a very repetitive streaming day. Not the best entertainment. So I'm still happy that people show up, even for this. Yeah, it is a bit of a weird game. The first half of the game was pretty fine. We didn't have any problem in the first half. But now that we are getting to the later parts of the game, the enemies are getting really annoying and really difficult. So I decided to just level up as much as I can instead. We are getting close. We will soon stop doing this. We are getting close to level 99. We have level 93. We only need 6 more levels. And then I will go back and try the story once the main character reaches level 99. The rest of the party is 62, 57, 58, 54 and 65, so all of the party members are pretty high level, but the main character will get to 99. That should be the max level. We will get there in maybe 20 minutes or so. And after that I hope to get my revenge. My revenge on the difficult enemies. But as you might expect, I will not recommend this game to anyone. Explorer code. And there goes level 94. And as you might know from some other tactics games, the best way to level up is to just stand around and hit yourself. Ah, I see, I see. I never had any of those. I think I might have one for the NES somewhere. I never used that one either, but I think I own one at least. One of those cheat devices. Yeah, sadly we're not going to cheat. We did use a save state for one of the difficult battles, just to... Yeah, we did use save states in one battle, that's the only cheating we did. Just for safety. We didn't want to redo the entire fight, so we saved in the middle of it. But other than that, we're doing it the hard way and on normal speed. We're not using any turbo, we're not using anything like that. What a name. Explorer XP. Nice. You never know. But I would be surprised if there was any cheats for this game, any specific cheats for this game. Who would bother to program those? Explorer Epics. There it is. I think I have probably seen it at one of the retro gatherings or something like that. It looks familiar at least. I think I have seen it somewhere in the wild. The super rare and super expensive box. Where could it be? It could be anywhere. But sometimes with those sheets you could activate quite some nice features. Not only just to beat the game, but sometimes you could activate things like the bug rooms or things you normally couldn't see in the games. Or even get access to music players or something like that. Oh, look at those pretty pixels from Shin Megami Tensei. I really like that picture. The random picture in the stream right now. Only 4 more levels, we are getting very close. Yeah, I have heard about that. It sounds super simple. That you can finally use the memory card to do more or less anything. That seems like a great solution. But putting in a chip in a PlayStation 1 is also quite simple. It's only a few soldering points for the original PlayStation 1, the first version. Time to do it. Time to do it with all 12 of your PlayStations. No, it was even more. I think you said... was it... Don't worry. And I think we already said it yesterday or the other day, but I feel the same way. If I can do the original hardware, I will do the original hardware. But sometimes it's just not. Sometimes it's not reasonable to do it for some games and some consoles. And of course, if you have the option, that's also always a thing to prefer. But even if I do prefer that, I'm not super picky. I can play games in 50 Hz or modern games in 30 FPS. I'm not that picky. I grew up playing the NES, and whenever there was more than 2 enemies on the screen, it went down to to super low frames as soon as there was too many enemies. I'm not too picky about stuff like that. I also played the original Shadow of the Colossus on PlayStation 2. That game did not have many frames. I think it runs in 12 FPS sometimes. It's super low. I got a bit distracted. What am I doing? Yeah, that's a nice thing to have. I wouldn't modify it either. I also have a slim PS2 and SE, but sadly... Exactly. Sadly, something has gone wrong with my slim PS2, the NTSC version. I can't get it to work. The laser has given up. I also have a Paul Slim, completely new in box. It has never been opened. I'm saving that one for a rainy day when I get desperate and really need a fresh one. I do have a Japanese PS1 at least. I opened up the Japanese PlayStation 1 and replaced the power unit. So I don't have to use any power converter for the Japanese one. I think that was a nice solution. All I did was put a PAL power supply inside of the Japanese version. So that was nice and easy modification. For even the PS1, I don't think that has happened to any of my... you mean the PlayStation 2? Yeah, I know about that battery. That's true. That is true. That's a risk for sure with having an unopened version. You never know, it might be brand new but still be completely destroyed if you are very unlucky. If you are unlucky, it is brand new but still destroyed. It's Schrödinger's PlayStation 2. Schrödinger's PlayStation 2. That's funny. I got a auto moderation because you because you wrote slut in the chat. It got auto moderated. You can't write slut in the chat. That's funny. The auto moderation don't take into account that we might be writing in Swedish. It doesn't know any Swedish words. But yes, I also know a lot of people who have problems with the original Xbox. That one also has a leaking battery or a leaking capacitor. That one seems to be a common problem. Ah, nice. The crystal version. Maybe you can even see it without opening. Maybe you can see the leak through the crystal. That is true. I don't have the crystal version, but I do have some of the original version, and I know that they are already modified, so maybe I should just open them up and take out the leaking part. Den brann upp. It burnt up. That's sad. That's another console that I have played very few games on. My poor original Xbox. It hasn't seen much action at all. I did play the Star Wars games, the first and the second Knights of the Old Republic. That's true. You can only play on one console at a time. So as long as you have one working, you should be fine. And then I also played, what else did I play? I know I played some, oh, I played the original Fable as well on my Xbox. Those are some of the few games I played. There wasn't too many RPGs on the original Xbox. I'm not sure how big my hard drives are. It has been so long since I started them, but I think it's something like maybe 120 or maybe 200, something like that. I don't think they are original either. I think someone switched them out. I bought both of them used. I have two different ones and both of them are modded. I didn't do any modifications myself. It was someone else. Imagine having 3 terabyte on the original Xbox. You could almost store, or maybe you can store the entire library on that. You never have to switch any discs ever again. Many. Yeah, that should be maybe every game. Oh, we are so very close. Let's get those last few levels done. Yes. Lost Odyssey. Lost Odyssey for the 360. That's a great one. Yeah, that's the full title. Lost Odyssey. Det är ett RPG. That's an RPG. It's a great one. I really like that one. It's a shame that they haven't done any re-release of that. I played it 2 times. There is a new game plus, so the second time you play will be a bit easier. I'm not sure, maybe. Or maybe you can play it. I know that some of the modern Xboxes have backwards compatibility. So you might be able to play it on a modern system. That might work. In this game, we don't want to die. All of these characters are my characters. So I don't want them to die. I keep healing them so they never die. That's my leveling trick. The enemy, this guy over here, this is the enemy. He stands in the corner and the enemy is too afraid to fight me. So I can just stand around and hit myself all day long. And that is what I'm doing. I'm hitting myself so I get experience from myself. That is why nothing happens in this fight. I just keep healing my party over and over. I have infinite healing. The healing can never run out. It is quite a weird system. So this is the best way to level up. By just hitting myself over and over and healing. Det kommer ta tid. Yes, we have been in this fight for 8 hours. This is a 8-hour fight. But we will soon be done. Just give me 10 more minutes and I will end the fight. Just 10 more minutes. Then we will finally be done. My hands are starting to hurt a bit. That's true. But this is not the most crazy thing we have done. We have done crazier things than this in RPGs. But I'm glad that someone asked the important questions. But that counts as cheating. We have to do it the hard way. I will be the first one to ever do this on YouTube. I will become famous and rich. No, I'm not doing it for any of that. I'm doing it just for myself. Just for myself. I would be doing the exact same thing even if we didn't stream. I would be doing the exact same thing. Sometimes you find great games and interesting games and cool games, and sometimes you find 8 hours of grinding. That's the that's the risk with playing the obscure RPGs that no one else plays. Ah. Yeah, I hope you can. I see. We blame the kids. Yeah, kids and RPGs are not the best combination. I know that a lot of parents these days use either the Switch or some other handheld consoles. That seems to be the best compromise when you have kids to deal with. Then it seems to be a good idea to have a portable console to sneak in a few minutes here and there. 14 and 17, yeah. When I was 14 and 17, then I locked myself in my room and played RPGs all day. That's true. But my niece is 10 years old, and the difference between a 10-year-old and a 14 years old is so big. At least it was for me. FPS. the FPS period of your life. Yeah, I never tried any of the FPS. My brother played a lot of FPS, and I watched him play, but I never played any myself. Just seeing him was more than enough. He also played all of those, Quake, the first CS. that is that is a lot of matches during all those years. And then he also played whatever, some Battlefield and some and what was that game that everyone played here, the one with the chicken dinner, something unknown enemy, something. And yes, my brother also played a lot of, not a lot, but quite a lot of StarCraft and very much Diablo 2. He never tried any, he never played any of the online RPGs, he only did the FPS games and Diablo 2. And back then he didn't play much online when it comes to Diablo 2, he mostly played by himself. But the other games he played online with friends. And I only played Diablo one single time. Just one single time. He spent hundreds and hundreds hours, and I played it once. It took maybe 30 or 40 hours, something like that. Ah, I see. It must have been a dark day. A dark day when you couldn't have your server anymore. I see, I see. Where there is a will, there is a way. It's always fun to see when they keep old games alive like that with fan servers. Warning, warning, there will be a raid. I can hear a raid coming. And there it is. I had a feeling there would be a raid suddenly. It is DJ Davis and his 4 NPCs. Welcome back and welcome in. For anyone who didn't already visit today. We are still doing the same battle. This used to be a cookie stream and now it has been a Swedish stream for a while. What kind of stream will it turn into next? It will very soon turn into a level 99 stream. Look at how close we are. We are just 1 level away. Just 1 level away from 99. And that means about 2 minutes. Yes, I was going to say welcome in Achievement Hunter. I was watching you on the other screen again, and I saw you hunting for the achievements. You almost have all of them. Sometime finish. Sometimes. Exactly. That's what I was saying. You are right on time to see the final moment. We only need to cast this spell 3 more times. We are just 1 minute away from getting level 99 for the main character. No, I don't think so. It's unlikely. They almost never revisit any people. They are so busy. They never have the time to revisit old collectors. But you never know. I might show up in some kind of surprise. But there is nothing planned, at least. Exactly. You never know. It might happen, it might not happen. There is still so much that There is so much I never had the chance to show up on the videos. There is always more. They could be here. They could be here the entire day, and there would still be things we didn't have the time to look at or talk about. But they did a great job of you get a good overlook. That's the word. A good overlook of the collection. But we didn't have the time to dig in the deepest reaches of the collection. Listen and food. Listen to this. Listen to the sound of level 99. There it is. Very soon. Boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum, boom, boom. That's the sound of level 99. We got it. We have level 99, and we have confirmed that 99 is indeed the maximum level. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. The secret about about the speltidningar, the gaming magazines. Yeah. I also have a few. I don't have many. I don't have many gaming magazines, but I have one box of them at least. Some of those old 1994, around those years, the Super Nintendo era. I do have some of those magazines. But nothing I collect. Yeah, they take up a lot of space, the magazines. And it's not something I collect actively. I just happen to have a few from back in the day. Oh no, that's sad. Are they in a basement or in a garage or on a attic? And now they are just one more problem to deal with. We're gonna go and actually win the fight. Look at this. We are going to do something different that we haven't done for 8 hours. We're gonna move our characters. This is completely new. Look how exciting it will be. This sad little enemy doesn't stand any chance against our might. Let's also take a look what our final stats are. So these are the final stats of the main character. If you level him to max level, these are his final stats. And as you can see, his attack power and his magic power is almost the same. So the main character is pretty balanced as a physical user or a magic user. Yes, that is a good way to simulate the 90s or 80s. No, mostly the 90s. There wasn't any discs in the 80s. That is indeed a good way to simulate, and then you can read some of the magazines as well. And looking at those, I always like the old articles talking about the Japanese games that we never got. It's so fun to see the games that people were looking forward to, but we still never got in Europe or even in English. Those are my favorite articles, and you can see some tiny blurry screenshots that look fantastic. Ah, we are free. We are free from that one fight. We have spent, I think it was 8 or 9 hours in total in that fight. Yes, I think that's true. If you bought a platinum version of Final Fantasy 9, then I think you got a Final Fantasy 10 demo included. Prisa Gud! You are correct. Let's praise God. Or praise something. We are free from that one fight. But we both might also be incorrect. I'm not sure. I do know 100% sure that if you bought the PAL version of Final Fantasy VI, the PAL version of Final Fantasy VI on the PlayStation 1, then you got a demo for Final Fantasy X. That one I know for sure. Yeah, exactly. Only in the Platinum version. Only in the Platinum version. Because that version was printed much later. Right by the time Final Fantasy X was coming out. My brother bought that version. So it was much later. Let's do a save, or maybe 2 saves just to be safe. I see. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a demo. Yes, look at this. You can see my timer. This is this save file is before we went into the battle, and this save file is when we came out of the battle. Look at the difference. We spent 8 hours in the fight, and we got 67 levels. We tripled, more than tripled our level in one fight. Of course, the safety save. Yes, we will do a safety save, but I will also keep this file because it's funny to see the comparison. And we already did a quick save, but we can do another one now that we are out of the fight. And now, I think maybe this will be the last fight of today. I think I will end the stream after the next fight. This will just be... This entire day was just the level grinding. And then we will get the revenge on this fight and be happy. I don't think I will do much more than this. So, the fight we are going into now was the reason for all the grinding. This is the fight that defeated us twice. We got defeated once yesterday and one time early today. So now we are back stronger and better than ever. And hopefully we will totally crush the enemies. Hopefully. There are no guarantees, but we have done everything we can to up our odds. Or up our chances. 110 hours. We'll see. I have no idea. I said it before, but there is no completed playthroughs on YouTube. There are a few started playthroughs, but no one has completed it on YouTube. And no one has written any guides, at least not in English. And no one has entered a time on how long to beat, so we have no idea how long the game will be. So far I think we have spent about 40 or maybe even 50 hours. Something like that. 40 or 50 so far. Indeed. I'm sure there are people who have played this, but there is no proof. I haven't been able to find any proof on the internet. I'm sure there were some people in Japan who played this and beat this more than 30 years ago when it released. This game was released in 1996. No, 1998. Exactly. Someone translated the game, but no one can prove that they beat the game. That is a bit fun. That the game got translated before beaten. You would hope that one of the translators would at least playtest the entire game. But if they did, they didn't upload. They didn't upload any videos anywhere. Hehehehe. This is what we want to see. I can instant kill the enemy and there is a 100% chance of hitting. Yes, that is an interesting question. So let's do the triple cut. This will instantly kill the enemy. At least one of them. Did the game freeze? Just for a moment the game froze. It couldn't handle the power of my levels. Romancing saga. It shouldn't be too hard to find them. Those are pretty common games. But they only released in Japan, of course. But they are pretty common games. Yeah. If anyone beat the game in 30 hours, they sure are faster than me. That's for sure. Nice. And actually, yes, all three of the Saga games have gotten some form of remake or remaster lately. Like I said, it's a pretty common game. It was very popular in Japan and sold a lot. It's one of the most sold Super Nintendo games in Japan. I think the third one, number 3, is the most common one. I think that one sold the most, the one with the orange, pretty orange cover. I did have a lot of copies of that as well, but I have sold off all my duplicates of all games. 12 krod. Yeah, that is a great price. I could never resist any game at that price. At that price I can buy almost any game. It's less than $2. Yeah, I know that Japan Spel did a lot of those random mixed lots. It was a great way to just get a lot of different games to buy those mixed lots. I did the same thing back in the day when I was collecting. But after a while you start noticing that it's always the same few games over and over that you see in the lot. If you want extra rare games or the special games, then you won't find them in the mix. This is going to be interesting. We will either win the fight instantly right now, or the reinforcements will trigger instantly. This has never happened before, so this will be fun. This will be interesting. Yes, we instantly win, so if you defeat the enemies before the reinforcements appear, then it turns into a much easier fight. Look at this. The 8 hours of grinding paid off. We turn... Woohoo! Vengeance! Thank you for the vengeance. Victory is mine. We spent so long fighting this fight yesterday, and we spent so long fighting this fight earlier today. And now with the levels we made it seem trivial and beat it in just a few minutes. Oh, that's interesting. I don't think I knew that the Zelda cartridge had the English version on the Japanese version. That seems interesting. That's interesting that the English text is in there somewhere. Yeah, that is very interesting. I don't think I have heard that. I wonder why they didn't allow that option. Yeah, I can look it up later, but I trust you. My brother has stopped playing games again. He comes and goes when it comes to games. At the moment he is too busy making games and working. It always... it comes and goes. Right now he is only interested in making games. He doesn't have any time to actually play them. And my sister is also quite busy, but she's playing some of the random games that I gave my niece for birthday. It seems like Daybreak seems to be paused for now, so she hasn't made any progress in that for a while. Oh, and she also found books again. She rediscovered the magical world of books. So she has been reading a lot instead of playing. Oh, we got a what's happening indeed. This is a tiny twin leaf was sprouting on the ground where the hoot was pointing at. It was shining brightly in the dull landscape where everything else had long withered. Snap, snap, snap. We have some tiny, tiny hope. We can see some greenery again. Maybe this tiny sprout will turn into Yggdrasil or something like that. That's true. There is a plant like this in the Suikoden intro, the Suikoden 2 intro. And this isn't over yet. Thus say the stars above. Maybe if we can fight him with our hearts filled with something other than hatred. Yes, let's do that. Let's fight with our hearts filled with something else. To think we didn't think about this. If only we had fought without hatred. But that's the only way I know how to fight, with hatred for the enemies. My only way of fighting is with revenge. All I know is how to swing my axe perfectly. Let's go, guys. Let's follow the stars. I'm not sure why, but the main character has become completely obsessed by the stars lately. He didn't used to be, but now he is. Are you ready to follow the stars? Yes. And it looks like we are getting Makina as a playable character. Oh, and she has a Go-jin hidden nearby. That's... then we will get our fourth mech. My theory from the start was that we will get 5 mechs before the game ends, so... According to my theory, we still have 1 more mech we need to find. Ooh, that one is purple. Interesting. What do we think? Will this purple place be the final battle? I'm hoping and thinking then that this purple one will be the final battle. It has to be. It's the first time we see a purple icon. That has to be the final battle. I think... I'm not sure anymore what to do. Now that we are so over-leveled, I'm not sure what setup I want to use. Maybe I will put the corrode bead on him. And keep the healing on the main character. Ah, I see. Yes. So many people were talking about the Retron 5 when it released. But yeah. I had a friend who bought it, but sadly his got it broke for some reason, and then he wanted me to fix it, but I couldn't figure out what the problem was. So somewhere in the basement I should still have a broken Retron 5. I have no idea what the problem is, why it won't work. It doesn't start at all. It's completely dead. That is one way to use it, I guess. To trick the games into working. And since that battle was so quick, I think I will do one more before we quit the stream. We shall do one more. Mom, just one more. I just have to finish this battle, Mom. It's an 8-hour battle, Mom. I need to get to level 99, Mom. Okay, you can do one more battle. Exactly, just to the next save point. So there is so someone did a fan translation for Swedish Final Fantasy 5. I know that someone did a Swedish Terranigma, and I know that someone did a Swedish Chrono Trigger, but I haven't seen the Swedish Final Fantasy 5. and I do have a story kinda like that with Mario 64. Exactly. Is his name Butts in Sweden? That's the most important question. But my story with Mario 64, there was a, what do you call it? Uh, a place where youths may hang out. Just a random hangout for youths. I'm not sure what the word would be in English, but some kind of yeah, some kind of place where teenagers and kids can hang out after school. And they had a Nintendo 64 with Mario 64, and the rule of the place was you can play until you die. When you die, someone else has to play or gets to play. And of course I played for 8 hours straight without dying. I completed the entire game without dying. So after that they might have changed the rule. I played the entire game from start to finish without dying. No one else got to play that day. Unfinished. Oh well, then you will just have to wait for the finished version. Or maybe you will have to wait for the remake. Maybe that one will be in Swedish. Ah, it is done. Then you have no excuses. Aside from the kids, of course. We're back to that. That is a constant excuse. Or reason why you can't play some Swedish Ocarina of Time. Yes, that should work. I see. I suspect that the Evercade doesn't care about the region at all. I suspect it works in all versions. Hehe, nice. I do have a Japanese 64 as well, and I have a US 64, and I have a PAL 64. So I do have one of each region. And the best part with Nintendo 64 is that the same power supply works with all the different systems. So you don't need any power converter for 64. You can use the same one for all regions. Very good. And the same, I think the same is also true for the PlayStation 2 Slim. Yeah. And for those as well. That's nice. That's one less thing to think about when you want to switch between the regions. That's true. The very last version of the PS2 Slim had an internal power supply. So you are probably correct with that one. I don't know the model number, but I do know that the last Slim version had a built-in power supply. So you are correct that it won't work with the final model. Nice. I have never owned any of those, I don't think, with built-in. I had a lot of the middle version, whatever that one is called, but never the final version. This is such a joy seeing the enemies instant die. Nice. It seems like PSX Care was very good at doing their job. It seems like anything that they shipped usually works very good. They knew what they were doing. And the funny thing is that now that we are this strong, we don't even need the healer anymore. We could even skip the healer. That's how strong we are. We could go into the fight without any healer at all. Which is crazy. Usually we bring 2 healers and even that is not enough. So yes, we can confirm that levels are very helpful and important in this game. And we also have so much energy. We can use our strongest attacks over and over. We don't even have to worry about, we don't need to worry about our health, we don't need to worry about our energy, we can just totally blast the enemies. Oh, nice. I also modded my very first. As soon as I got my first PS2, I also modded it. And the funny thing is that I bought the very cheapest chip you could, the very cheapest chip on the market at the time, and that one has worked perfectly all this time. It was still the one we used to play the Xenosaga games. So that's also a miracle. And it was also my first time shipping any console myself. So all of that is a miracle. The cheapest chip and modded by myself, and it works 20 years later. More than 20 years, maybe 23 years or something like that. Yeah, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. That any of them work at all. I have cleaned it and reapplied some lubricant at least once during the years, but it's still the same old chip and it's still the same old console. I bought mine a bit later, so mine was cheaper. A bit cheaper at least. My brother bought it almost at release, and I bought it maybe 1 or maybe 2 years later. But I think that is it. I don't regret anything. It was a bit silly doing the same fight for 8 hours, but now we are also the first documented playthrough to reach level 99, so that's something. And that blog you find, DJ, maybe that blog was referring to the in-game time, because the in-game timer says 30 hours right now. 31 hours, but the real time is much higher. I will have to combine all the streams to see the real time. We save one more time. We can't save enough. I'm just stalling. It's so nice to be talking about all games and all consoles, so I just don't want to end stream. That's why I'm stalling. But I will be back again tomorrow, the same time, more or less the same channel. And we will, I think and I hope that this will be the final fight of the game. So we might only have 4 more fights to do in the game. We might, which means we might actually beat the game tomorrow. Uh-oh, Dark Souls 3 is installed. That is, that is dangerous. No, why must it end? That is an interesting console you got there, a Hong Kong version. Yes, indeed. You never know when you need some Dark Souls 3. And you also never know when I do the... And you also never know when I need to play my new game plus in Elden Ring. That could also happen at any unsuspected time. I want a good excuse to try out my new capture card, so... Somehow we will probably find a reason to try my new capture card. And Elden Ring will be the perfect way to try it. Since we have a one-on-one comparison, then we can compare the old capture card to the new one, side by side. Ah, I see. From Big Heroes. But sadly I don't have any cool or fun history with Opki. The first time I ever used the name Opki was in Secret of Mana on Super Nintendo. And the way I came up with the name was to close my eyes and just push random letters in Secret of Mana. And the random letters became Opki. I'm just lucky that it was possible to pronounce it at all. And if you look at the name entry screen in Secret of Mana, you will probably see that the letters are pretty close together. And even on a normal what are they called? The thing you type with, the keyboard. Even if you look on a normal keyboard, then you will see that the letters are pretty close together. So I just push them at random. You can't live up to the name. The name of Goliath. But that's all there is to Opki. That's the full not so cool history, and I have been using it ever since. Because that save file in Secret of Mana turned out to be my ultimate and perfect save with level 99. So that was my lucky save file and my lucky name. Yes, good. We call this a good day. good day. GG for a good day. I am super happy that we managed to reach level 99, and I am super happy that we can completely crush the rest of the enemies in this game. And we shall see each other again tomorrow. I wish everyone a good night. It was very fun to talk about all the old games and all the old consoles. And as always, I thank you for the raid. And of course we had that big cookie discussion at the start as well. No worries. It's fine. You can type in Swedish if you want to. It was still very nice. Vågen